first Smalls order, plus shipping, when you head to smalls.com/OTM. That's 60% off when you head to smalls.com/OTM, plus free shipping.
You want in on a secret? All year, it's been Bro Podcast this and Bro Podcast that. Here's what they're not telling you. Women are the fastest growing force in podcasts. I'm Brittany Luce, and on the It's Been a Minute podcast, I create a space for curious and culturally savvy listeners like you. Come and share a laugh with me and hundreds of thousands of other listeners as we dissect the biggest trends of the day. Let's get smarter together. Listen to the It's Been a Minute podcast today.
This is On the Media. I'm Brooke Gladstone.
And I'm Michael Lowinger. You may have noticed that On the Media doesn't post on X anymore. We made the decision a few months ago, and honestly, we haven't looked back. Now, if you want to hear from the show on social media, you can find us on Blue Sky, which we moved to for several reasons. Because while it does kind of feel like early Twitter, under the hood, there's an important difference.
The idea was to really try and move the control and power away from the center to the edges of the network.
Mike Masnick is a longtime tech journalist and the founder and editor of TechDirt. Back in 2014, he was observing how Twitter and Reddit were struggling with their own respective content moderation challenges.
And I was thinking about the earlier internet and earlier forms of the internet where there wasn't so much centralized power. You know, there wasn't some billionaire sitting in Menlo Park deciding who could say what and do what. At the same time, I recognized that you didn't want a free-for-all because there were horrible people who would do horrible things and that would scare away other people. So I started to try and think through, like, is there a different approach?
His idea? What if social media ran on a protocol? Similar to the HTTP that the internet runs on, letting users access any website from any browser. He used the example of the protocol that email runs on.
If you don't like what Google is doing with Gmail, you can switch to Proton Mail or Yahoo Mail or Outlook. And you can still email the people at the other places. You don't lose all of your contacts. You can also put in place all different kinds of spam filters or other tools where the power is in the hands of the actual user and they can determine what it is that they want to do and how they want to experience email.
Which is fundamentally different from how most social media platforms work.
You leave Facebook and all your family uses Facebook. You can't really communicate with them in the same way. There's no alternative to Facebook that allows you to continue to communicate with the people that you wanted to communicate with on Facebook.
At the time, the idea of getting a critical mass of users to switch over to a new social media site seemed unlikely to Masnick. His best bet, he thought, was to convince the existing social media companies to adopt this protocol-based approach. He brought the idea to higher-ups at Snapchat and Facebook.
I don't think the person at Snapchat even understood what I was talking about, but the person at Facebook was like, there's no way. Facebook will never do anything like this. This is like a crazy idea, and it's a stupid idea.
So he put these crazy ideas together in a paper called Protocols, Not Platforms, published in 2019.
And so I sort of assumed that I'm going to write this, and I'm going to be that weird crank who has this, philosophical approach to the way the world would be better, and nobody listens to me, and occasionally I'll yell from my shack in the woods about how the world could be better if only people listened to me.
But that's not what happened.
Someone had sent Jack Dorsey my paper, and he wanted to have a call with me and said, at Twitter, we've been having all these big existential discussions about what should Twitter be and how should it work. And he said when he read my paper, it sort of clicked that this was the answer to the debate that they'd been having internally.
And they built it.
Actually seeing something that I wrote turn into this is wild. Never in my wildest dreams did I actually think something like that would actually happen.
Mike Masnick is on our board now.
Jay Graber was hired by Jack Dorsey to lead the project and is now the CEO of Blue Sky. When I spoke to Graber earlier this year, I started our conversation by asking her about her given name, Lantian, which happens to mean blue sky in Mandarin.
Yeah, coincidence.
So you did not name the site after yourself?
No, Twitter named the site, and then I saw that they had this project called Blue Sky that was decentralized social. And I was like, oh, this is something I must work on because I'm already working on a decentralized social network.
So you're now CEO of this hot new social media company. What have you learned about the internet that you didn't know before your product really caught on?
There's been a lot of lessons as we've scaled up because we've grown by 10x multiple times. And that's a lot of growth in just a bit over a year. We opened up to the public last February. Users don't like a lot of complexity. You have to make it really easy for them. And so that's why when you get into the Blue Sky app, it looks and works just like old Twitter did. But then under the hood, you actually have all this choice. And so over time, we've been showing people how to use these customization options and explaining it to them. But it's not something that's intuitive immediately because people are used to centralized sites that don't give you any choice or control.
Yeah, let's talk about a little bit of that customization. One thing you can change is how your feed is moderated, how posts are filtered or emphasized to you. You've called it a stackable approach to content moderation. Give me some examples about specific ways that people can tailor their experience.
So an example of this would be somebody's built an AI art labeler because some artists want to know if the art they're looking at is made by a human artist or is AI generated. Now, this isn't something that we have a foundational moderation policy on, but if you report a post to the AI art labeler, it will tag it as AI art. And then if you subscribe to that labeler, you can say, I want to see this, I want to have it labeled, so I just get the warning label on it, or maybe I'll turn it off for now. People have built labelers for, screenshots from other sites, for political content, and then you can use these filters to cut down what you see so that you're in a space that you want to be in.
Last year, Facebook founder and CEO Mark Zuckerberg wore a shirt that said, quote, either Zuck or nothing in Latin at a developer conference. It was a play on the phrase Caesar or nothing, positioning himself, Mark Zuckerberg, as Caesar. This year at South by Southwest, you wore a shirt that said a world without Caesars, also in Latin. What specifically about Zuckerberg and Facebook did you see as something worth making this public statement about?
Well, Zuckerberg has built a digital empire, and it's one man at the top of it, and we've helped him build that with our data and our time. And I want people to realize that we can take that back. We can build our own digital spaces on an open protocol where anyone can get involved. And so we want to live in a world without Caesars. We want to live in a democracy, and we want our online social spaces to reflect that.
You've said that Blue Sky is billionaire proof. This has become a kind of marketing term for the site. What do you mean by that? How is it billionaire proof?
What this means is that if a billionaire acquired the Blue Sky company or did something to take over, the foundation that Blue Sky is built upon lets users freely migrate. And so if something happened down the road where Blue Sky changed hands, like we've seen with other social companies, users could move over to another app and, importantly, keep all of their relationships and their followers and their same username. This reduces the incentive, actually, for billionaires to come and make a big change with Blue Sky or for me to drastically change business direction because we would lose users.
Okay, but of course the elephant in the room is that Blue Sky, like every other social media site, needs to make money. You've said that Blue Sky won't sell ads or profit off of user data, and it's important to note that these are two major things that have denigrated the user experience on other social media sites. I know you're familiar with the term enshittification from Cory Doctorow. He's referring to this experience by which pushes to profit off of big platforms makes them worse. I mean, X and Facebook feeds are now filled with annoying ads. We know that they're violating our privacy with surveillance in certain ways, but this is how they make money. Blue Sky was founded with a grant from Twitter. It's since received venture capital funding, but you're still a long way from making money. So doesn't that leave the company sort of vulnerable to a hostile takeover like what we saw from Elon Musk? If you build up something big, what's stopping a billionaire from coming and trying to squeeze it for all it's worth?
Yeah, I think the important thing here is to understand that we're open source all the way up. And what this means is that the power of exit, so the right for users to leave, is built into the system. So if Blue Sky, the company, were to enshittify, for example, if Blue Sky starts sticking ads in between every single post on the main algorithm that we provide as a default when you sign up, there's actually thousands of other algorithms you can switch to. And you can just move your timeline over and uninstall the one that's the default, and then you wouldn't be on our own feed, even within the Blue Sky app. So that means we want to keep that feed good. We don't want to shove so many ads in that you get sick of it.
Are ads on the way for Blue Sky?
So the first thing actually is subscriptions. That's on the way soon. We're not exploring ads right now. There's people in the ecosystem doing sponsored posts in their feeds, and we're kind of seeing how it plays out, because one thing we've said is that in an attention economy at some point, and experiences and sites, and then taking a cut in sites, and then taking a cut when people do transactions or exchange value. So people are already paying each other for feeds, for stuff that other people have created, and we would eventually like to build out a marketplace that supports all of these things.
One way that Blue Sky has set itself apart from, say, X/Twitter is that your site doesn't downrank links. And I can tell you, as somebody in the media business, we journalists like when people click on our links, even if that means that, hey, they leave your social network for a little while to read our article or listen to our podcast. Media companies in the past have been really burned by like Facebook and Twitter. These were companies that courted news publishers. Facebook even went as far as to pay newsrooms to post more on their site. But then they kind of did this about face. They changed their strategy. They deprioritized news and links, and a lot of companies just didn't recover. Today, big and small news outlets alike, from the Boston Globe to the Guardian to the New York Times, have reported seeing considerably higher traffic from their links on Blue Sky than on competitors like X and Threads, despite Blue Sky having a much smaller user base right now. What role do you see Blue Sky playing in our kind of news industry crisis moment?
Other sites let you grow your audience up until you want to convert them and take them off through a link to subscribe or to read your article. And then they downrank that because they want to keep you scrolling on their timeline, because that's where they're showing you ads. And so by not pursuing this single timeline ad-driven model, what we're doing is being a neutral gateway. And so we're just passing users directly through to show them the stuff that they're following. It's a simple concept, but it means that people get a direct connection with their followers, and they get way more traffic and subscriptions as a result. We're not trying to stall users on our site to capture that ad traffic.
One of the features you've added for the benefit of news companies is link tracking. And this is a kind of ethical, fuzzy area that I kind of want to unpack with you. This is useful for publishers like On the Media, because we want to see where audiences are finding out about our show and clicking on our stuff. But it also means that you at Blue Sky are tracking what users click on, which is a kind of surveillance. And in the era of a Trump presidency, is it fair to see this as potentially dangerous? For instance, couldn't the government, in theory, like subpoena Blue Sky for information about, say, who clicked on a petition or a protest sign-up form? If you have that data, is it ripe for the picking by the wrong people?
Our goal here is to help sites understand that their traffic is coming from Blue Sky. And so this works like a website that just lets users see when they link between them, right? And on the web, this refer information is usually sent by the user's browser. So we're just providing parity to that behavior. There's not a back channel or cookie tracking that follows you elsewhere or anything like that. It's just the basic facilities of a web browser. And so that helps sites understand where their traffic is coming from. Now, down the road, I think we would like to give people the option to opt out of this if it's something that they're really concerned about.
You've staked yourself out as an anti-tech billionaire tech CEO, but we live in a time where we've seen so many idealistic people in Silicon Valley abuse our trust. I know that you're building a protocol that exists outside of you, but how can we trust you, Jay?
Well, first of all, my intention is to build an open system that retains user trust. But the beauty of this approach is actually that if we ever drift from this alignment that we've set out, we've built ourselves on an open foundation that lets users have the power to leave without losing their social graph.
So basically the idea is that we don't need to trust you.
That's the goal. I think we should have an online world where if a website or an app abuses your trust, you have options to leave. You know, if a news site where you were reading news started to abuse your trust and tell you lies and jam ads in everywhere, you would just use a different news site.
It's funny because even while so many people in this sort of tech governance world are supporting what you're doing, there are already plans to kind of protect Blue Sky from eventual or potential corruption. I'm sure you're familiar with the Free Our Feeds initiative, which is a nonprofit foundation that's raising funds to protect Blue Sky's protocol from tampering. In effect, they're trying to protect your creation from you. How do you feel about that project?
I think that's healthy. This means that there will be a diversity of experiences out there. Blue Sky will be one app in the broader atmosphere, which is what we call the broader @protocol ecosystem. You could choose between 2 different microblogging apps, or you could choose between the Blue Sky microblogging app and the Skylight Social, which is a video app, or the Flashes app, which is a Instagram-style photo app. Those are all run by different people. Those are run by developers outside the Blue Sky company who will be operating according to their own principles.
You said something really interesting recently that I want to ask you to expand upon. You said societies start to reflect the structure of its dominant form of communication. How has centralization of social media produced this political moment?
I think centralization means that you really have one point of pressure. One sort of nerdy analogy I use is it's like the one ring of power. That means that you can control the speech of billions if you own a major social platform, and then everyone wants that control. Billionaires will try to purchase it. Governments will also go after that point of control. And I think that having more diversity of companies that are operating this ecosystem means that you will have different CEOs who make different choices.
So, what's at stake if we don't redefine how we communicate online?
I think the future of democracy is at stake because democracy depends upon pluralism, people being able to have different viewpoints, find compromises, and right now social media, I think, has accelerated some of that breakdown in our belief in democratic norms. I don't think a single app is the solution. I think having an ecosystem where new solutions can be built is the path forward. So you want a way where people with ideas on how do we improve the state of discourse, how do we address misinformation, they don't have to wait for a single CEO to make a decision to address this. They can start building a solution themselves off to the side and say, hey, try this out. Or they can integrate it into the application because it's an open platform. Those are the ways I think we will more quickly find a path forward that allows democracy to survive and thrive.
Jay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jay Graber is the CEO of Blue Sky. This conversation first aired in April. Coming up, having a baby in the digital age. This is On the Media.
On the Media is supported by Smalls Cat Food. Is your cat having digestive issues or simply in need of a diet upgrade? Smalls Cat Food is full of protein-packed recipes made with preservative-free ingredients you'd find in your fridge, and it's delivered right to your door. That's why Cats.com named Smalls their best overall cat food. Smalls was started back in 2017 by a couple of guys home cooking cat food in small batches for their friends. A few short years later, they've served millions of meals to cats across the U.S. and teamed up with the Humane World for Animals. The team at Smalls is so confident your cat will love their product that you can try it risk-free. That means they will refund you if your cat won't eat their food. What are you waiting for? Give your cat the food they deserve. For a limited time only, because you're an On the Media listener, you can get 60% off your first Smalls order, plus shipping, when you head to smalls.com/OTM. That's 60% off when you head to smalls.com/OTM, plus free shipping.
You want in on a secret? All year, it's been Bro Podcast this and Bro Podcast that. Here's what they're not telling you. Women are the fastest growing force in podcasts. I'm Brittany Luce, and on the It's Been a Minute podcast, I create a space for curious and culturally savvy listeners like you. Come and share a laugh with me and hundreds of thousands of other listeners as we dissect the biggest trends of the day. Let's get smarter together. Listen to the It's Been a Minute podcast today.
This is On the Media. I'm Micah Lowinger.
And I'm Brooke Gladstone. I recently became a grandparent, and I will say, watching from the proverbial sidelines, pregnancy and the early days of parenting look very different from what I remember. There's a lot more information available and a lot more technology involved. That's the subject of Amanda Hess's new book, Second Life, Having a Child in the Digital Age. Our producer, Molly Rosen, could relate. I'll let her take it from here.
So there's a reason that I am doing this interview and not one of our hosts, and that's because I just had a baby 9 months ago.
Oh my gosh.
I either recently experienced or am in the midst of some of the things that you write about in your book. And I really felt like your book helped me process some questions that I did not even know would arise for me. You have written for many years about the internet and pop culture, and this book is a lot about how various technologies mediated the experience of your pregnancy and birth. When did you decide that there was a book here?
I have been writing about the internet for such a long time, and I have this relationship with it where I have a critical distance to the things that I'm investigating, and it's very routine for me to look into something that's happening on the internet and maybe like join into a community for a little bit and then leave it behind emotionally too. And it was immediately when I got pregnant that I realized that that was not going to happen this time. And I just had a very different relationship where the critical distance was like completely gone. When I was 7 months pregnant and I had an abnormal ultrasound, I had this feeling, this intense, superstitious feeling that by taking notes on my experience and like writing little jokes to myself about how funny maternity wear advertising is, that I had doomed my pregnancy in some way, this very powerfully superstitious feeling, and I'm not a superstitious person. And so then it was clear to me that I was not going to be writing about this experience. And then it was only later, after my son was born, that I realized that this feeling of superstition and this just sub-rational part of me that was driving so much of my interaction with the internet was actually really interesting to me, and I should try to find out more about why I felt that way.
Yeah, that's so interesting because I feel like I hear you saying that you almost had your critic hat on at first, where some things were maybe funny or unusual, and then it got very real.
Yeah. And I also felt like I've done a bunch of stuff on the internet that maybe is less than productive for myself. Just wasting time trying to solve like a plane crash from 15 years ago.
Sure.
Or like more seriously trying to lose some weight and getting like a little bit obsessed with an app that shows the jagged line of my body trying to approach this straight line of my goal weight or whatever. And I always felt like the only person I was really hurting was myself. But immediately when I got pregnant, I was like, I'm now using these tools to bring another person into the world. And I think that also forced a reckoning for me in trying to understand better how I was internalizing some of the messages from those apps.
I do want to ask about one of the apps that you used pre-pregnancy and then during pregnancy, which is a period tracker app called Flow. It's very popular. And when you became pregnant, it switched into pregnancy mode.
Immediately when I activated pregnancy mode, I just had a completely different experience with it. And the interface was so different. You know, it had turned from this kind of empowering diary into a disciplinary program, something that would tell me what I should be doing every day or every week, and then show this visualization of my progress through like a CGI image of like a stock pregnant person whose belly is expanding and a CGI image of like this cell floating in nothing, and then a blastocyst and an embryo and a little shrimp-like being, and then like a little peach baby doll that represented my child. And I think the thing that I never could have explained to myself before, and is difficult for me to even understand now that I'm not pregnant anymore, is that when I looked at that janky image of a fetus, I felt like I was looking inside my body. It felt like it was really a true representation of my pregnancy, when of course it's just this cartoon that's generated for tens of millions of people who activate pregnancy mode through the app.
You write that advertising on Instagram became so personalized that it started to feel intimate.
So immediately after I got a positive pregnancy test, I searched what to do when you get pregnant on Google.
Sure.
and a WebMD link popped up. What I was not aware of was like how embedded in the online advertising ecosystem WebMD is. So I then later went back and retraced my steps and found that when I searched for that again and went back to that WebMD page, that action had allowed 74 ad tracking companies to track me and stored 153 cookies in my browser and also sent that information to Facebook. So about 24 hours after I made that search, when I was just like staring at Instagram, I started seeing my ads turn into prenatal vitamin ads, maternity dress ads. A lot of the times when a tech company is accused of using sensitive data that has to do with menstruation or pregnancy, they'll say something like, there's no part of our back end that's tracking who is and who isn't pregnant, but there really doesn't have to be because the systems are complex enough and automated enough that it just knows that if you search what I searched, you may be more interested in prenatal vitamin ads than someone who has not searched for that and ended up on the I just got pregnant page on WebMD.
Something that I think you did, which I also did, which I felt very clever doing, even though it's probably completely useless, was when I'd sign up for stuff and it would ask me for my due date, I would lie about the due date. And what I thought was funny was you actually looked into how much that information about your pregnancy and your due date was. And you write that my pregnancy was about as valuable as a list of CBD buyers suffering from OCD, a list of booming boomers with erectile dysfunction, and less valuable than a list of people who had purchased a Donald Trump-themed chess set and a list of medical geneticists. You came to the conclusion that the value of this data was 1/10 of 1 cent, almost worthless.
When we talk about how valuable the knowledge of a person's pregnancy is to ad systems, there was a part of me that when I heard that, I was like a little bit like, ooh, like I'm in such a valuable state right now. It was a little bit flattering, but the actual money that's changing hands, it's so meager. And like the actual fact of like the day that your baby is going to be born, which to me was the most interesting piece of data that my body had ever produced. This idea of when might a baby come out of it. Yeah. Is to them, you know, actually very, very, very cheap and just sold by the thousand. A lot of my book is encountering these technologies and feeling that they're so intimate and tailored to me and that they make me feel special. And then looking at the back end and understanding that these companies don't care about me or my pregnancy. I'm not special to them at all. I'm like one of hundreds of millions.
You open your book with a pretty intense scene. You're lying on an exam chair in the doctor's office and your routine ultrasound is going kind of suspiciously long. The technician keeps taking images and you can tell that they've seen something that they want to look into. This starts you on what you call a diagnostic odyssey, trips from one medical specialist to another.
Yeah, I mean, I was lying there on the table and every time this had happened previously in my pregnancy, there was a little voice of worry that was like, what if something's wrong? What are they going to say? And every time it was completely normal. And this time it wasn't. And so it felt like this thing that I had long feared was coming true. And the thing that I remember the most about being on that table, my husband wasn't there because this was 2020, and so guests were like not allowed in an ultrasound room.
Yeah.
And my first thought wasn't, I wish my husband was here. My first thought was, I wish I had my phone with me here so I could start Googling these things that I'm seeing the technician investigate on the screen. And then once I did seize my phone, I seldom let it go.
You wrote that if I had the phone, I could hold it close to the exam table and Google my way out. I could pour my fears into its portal and process them into answers.
Yeah. Eventually, when the doctor came in, he told me that my son was sticking out his tongue on the ultrasound persistently, which is unusual, and that he suspected that it might be a rare genetic condition called Beckwith-Wiedemann syndrome, which now I'm very familiar with because he was right, and my son does have that. But at the time, all I heard was unrecognizable German name syndrome, and it was incredibly scary. It took a full month to confirm that that's what it was. And in between, there were many theories, some of them catastrophic, about what was actually going on. Later, what I really came away with from that experience was, I'd started in the pregnancy internet so centered in its image of what a pregnant person in a pregnancy is supposed to look like. White, able-bodied woman who has enough money that maybe she'll buy a gadget to put in her nursery. So we're going to pay a lot of attention to her. And then, this image from Flo that was just like stock fetus. And it was only after I had that ultrasound that I realized, of course, Flo's stock image did not look like my son looked on an ultrasound. And this other pregnancy internet zone that I had entered was one that acknowledged disability, which the generic pregnancy internet really did not. I felt like I had been cast out of the normal pregnancy internet that had spent 7 months trying to get me to feel like it was my community. And at first that felt awful. And later, I now think of it as such a gift to have this opportunity to see all of the assumptions that I had been making all along that didn't apply to me and frankly, do not apply to anyone.
You go through something with your first son that to me just sounded incredibly difficult, which is that you had to strap on oxygen tubes every time he was sleeping. And as someone who is very familiar with the difficulty of newborn sleep, that just sounds hard. And you embarked on a journey where you tried out some of the baby products on the market to optimize sleep.
Before my son was born, my husband and I learned about the snoo, which is this robotic bassinet that sways back and forth and emits a whooshing sound that mimics the womb. And the snoo promises that snoo babies, it says on average, sleep 1 to 2 hours more than babies who do not go to sleep in the snoo. I didn't buy it from the company. I bought it secondhand, so I didn't have any of its troubleshooting access. And so it meant that I was also then going online to new online communities of parents being like, how do I get this thing to work like it says to actually make my child sleep more, because he was not a great or easy sleeper. And the thing that I really took away from that experience was this device which not only promised to improve my baby's sleep, but also promised to improve my understanding of my baby's sleep, in that it also spat out this data and insights into when he had woken up, when he was fussing, when he was going back to sleep, the cumulative hours he had slept, had actually gotten in the way of me really understanding him and what he needed for sleep. And so after I used that, I became curious about all of these other products that are on the market, smart baby cameras, the Owlet, which is a quasi-medical sock that you put around your child's ankle that gives you insight into your child's pulse and oxygen saturation and stuff like that. And I really came to understand, because I was using a real medical device, I wanted only to get rid of this device. And the idea that tech companies are selling to people to bring the medical environment into their home speaks to just this tantalizing idea that we can completely control and optimize everything about our baby's health and their sleep. And it makes sense to me that so many of these things are focused on sleep, because it's only when your newborn is knocked out that it seems like you have any control over them, really.
Yes, that's actually a big takeaway of mine from your book, was that it's about technology, but I also saw it as really about you as an individual working with all of these different systems, the medical system, the economy, these technology platforms. And I'm curious how your experience in writing this book left you thinking about the control that we like to pretend that we have over our lives.
The older your kids get, the less control you have over them, and the easier it is to see that you never really had that control. And it's only really in pregnancy and then this newborn stage when I think technology companies can provide this fantasy that you do have total control and that every decision that you make will have some profound effect over their future. So I don't know if it was writing the book or just having my kids grow up and grow away from me a little bit that let me understand that that was the thing that I had really been looking for, and that is so elusive and can't actually be delivered to a parent.
I have noticed actually becoming a parent that I'm willing to compromise on some things with technology that I don't think I would have otherwise. I think because it feels so important. So for example, my husband and I use this app tracking our baby's sleep that uses AI to have these predictive windows about when he should go to bed. And we sometimes joke that, like, I don't know if we would know when he's supposed to sleep, embarrassingly. Like, I think we wouldn't know without the app.
I mean, I really felt like during pregnancy, I was trained to see myself as somebody who needed to be surveilled, that my pregnancy needed to be surveilled in order for me to do it correctly. I became comfortable with that. And then once my child was born, it was like, okay, you're the surveiller now. I tried out this camera in my kids' room called the Nanit, which is an AI-enabled baby monitor. I really delighted in the images that it showed me. It does this thing where through machine learning, it monitors when your child is moving in some way, and it captures video and puts it in a little feed for you in the morning. So I could see when my kids were rustling in their sleep, or when they got up, or when they said something. Just this little movie made of surveillance footage of my kids. And obviously, like, I think my kids are the most beautiful people in the world. And so I was like, oh, they're so cute. It wasn't until one night I laid down with my son to help him try to go to sleep right next to him where he is in the bed that I was able to see what he sees from this camera. And it was just 4 glowing red eyes that was watching them. And it made me really question how our kids are experiencing these things and how surveillance is becoming equated to care, either through these smart technologies in the nursery or just how often parents are putting their phones in their kids' faces, taking photos of them or whatever. And I think there's a training that's happening that I think only makes us and them more vulnerable to whatever products or even like government projects are coming next.
Amanda Hess is the author of the new book, Second Life, Having a Child in the Digital Age. Amanda, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This was really fun.
That's it for this week's show. On the Media is produced by Molly Rosen, Rebecca Clark-Callender, and Candace Wong.
Our technical director is Jennifer Munson, with engineering from Jared Paul. Eloise Blondio is our senior producer, and our executive producer is Katya Rogers. On the Media is a production of WNYC Studios. I'm Brooke Gladstone.
And I'm Michael Lowinger.
NYC Now delivers breaking news, top headlines, and in-depth coverage from WNYC and Gothamist every morning, midday, and evening. By sponsoring our programming, you'll reach a community of passionate listeners in an uncluttered audio experience. Visit sponsorship.wnyc.org to learn more.
This episode is brought to you by Choiceology, an original podcast from Charles Schwab. Hosted by Katie Milkman, an award-winning behavioral scientist and author of the best-selling book, How to Change, Choiceology is a show about the psychology and economics behind our decisions. Hear true stories from Nobel laureates, authors, athletes, and everyday people about why we do the things we do. Listen to Choiceology at schwab.com/podcast or wherever you listen.
In life, you don't really know when you're being tested. We are in a test right now. We're in a test as a nation, and I think we're in a test as a profession. And the only way we get through it is by believing that we can have an impact and that we can keep doing things that slowly but surely get us through that period.
I'm Mark Joseph Stern, and this is Amicus, Slate's podcast about the courts, the law, and the Supreme Court. Donald Trump's second term has laid bare how many seemingly principled people are actually cowards. The president has launched an all-out assault on independent institutions in a bid to punish his enemies and purge his opponents from civil society. His autocratic consolidation of power is no surprise. After all, he campaigned on it. What is startling is how many of his targets have surrendered without a fight. Law firms and universities and even Paramount are bending the knee, caving to Trump's shakedowns and funneling money to him and his family. And parts of the government that used to be independent, like the National Labor Relations Board, well, the president has taken them over too, with the help of a pliant Supreme Court. But try as he might, Donald Trump has not yet taken control of the entire government or cowed all his foes into submission. Some law firms and universities are fighting back. Some corporations refuse to kiss the ring, and blue states have been a critical bastion of defiance against the president's escalating power grabs. That's where Democratic attorneys general have challenged Trump at every step. Within their own borders, they've protected rights that are under siege, and they've joined together in lawsuits to check this administration's lawless overreach. New Jersey Attorney General Matthew Platkin has been on the front lines of this battle since day one. His office has led or joined more than 30 suits against the Trump administration, and it has no plans to let up anytime soon. He's here today to talk about holding the line in the midst of widespread surrender. Attorney General Platkin, welcome to Amicus.
Thanks so much for having me, Mark.
So let me set the scene. It's the morning after the election. Donald Trump was just declared the winner. You go to the office. What's the first thing you do?
The first thing we did was basically gather together and talk about the work that we had done for the better part of 2024. You know, I'm not somebody who thinks you shouldn't prepare for things that might affect the state of New Jersey that I'm sworn to protect. And we saw throughout 2024 during the campaign, as well as in the 920-page Project 2025 document, that there were a lot of things that President Trump and his associates said they would do that they've in fact done. And so we took that seriously. We and several of my colleagues across the country prepared for what was coming. And in fact, we saw that happen, January 20th, day one, when, on 8 p.m. he signed, for instance, the birthright citizenship order. And so I think we basically said, all the preparation that we had done was worth it. And we're now ready to stand up for New Jersey if, in fact, these things come to pass.
So it sounds like throughout 2024, you were getting ready for this eventuality. And then in November, it happened. What exactly did you do to prepare during that time in case Trump did win? What did those efforts look like within your office? Obviously, you were preparing for something that might not come to pass. Was it difficult to sort of game out exactly how you would react if something happened that you did not want to happen?
On the one hand, I think you have to give the Trump administration and his team some credit because they were remarkably transparent about what they would do. I think probably more transparent in one respect
Right.
than any campaign maybe in modern American history. Like I said, 920 pages. They really laid out in black and white many, if not most, of the things that the first 6 or 7 months of the administration has seen. Now we're starting to see some things that were not in that document, but a lot of it was. And so, for me, this wasn't really a question of politics. And, it's really not a question of whether or not the president has authority to do a lot of things in his agenda. Of course he does. He's duly elected. And presidents, even if I don't like what they do, have that power. What he does not have the power to do is to violate the law and hurt people, including people in my state. And that is when I have an obligation to step up. And so what we really did is we looked at what he said he would do if elected. We looked at the types of cases that were litigated in the first Trump administration. We looked at the state of the law, and we considered, okay, which of these actions that, he has promised he would do would hurt New Jerseyans and would break the law or violate the Constitution? And which of those do we have standing to step up and protect our residents against? And then from there, we built out our legal strategy, which we've largely been implementing since January 20th.
So you took him seriously and literally.
Look, I'm not in the business. I think generally speaking, the first Trump administration and the first, 6 months of this administration, the lesson is he does what he says he's going to do. He does what he says he's going to do, and we have to be prepared for that.
he campaigned on restoring, quote, law and order and public safety. But you've sued over some policies that you say make your state less safe. One of those cases involves the administration's attempt to essentially legalize machine guns. How does the Trump administration's action here interfere with your fight against gun violence within New Jersey?
There's a great irony here that this law and order administration, I think, has been the most anti-public safety, anti-law enforcement administration in modern American history. You know, in New Jersey, I'll put our record of public safety up against any in the country. 3 years running now, record low number of shootings in our state. And there's a lot of reasons for that, which we could go into, including defending our strong gun safety laws. But among those laws are common sense prohibitions against things like machine guns. And so what the Trump administration did under their Second Amendment working group, sort of an Orwellian named operation, among other things, was something that I was genuinely shocked by. They were talking about effectively playing the role of arms distributor and sending about 12,000 forced reset triggers, which allow firearms to be converted effectively into a machine gun capable of firing 900 rounds per minute out into the states. They wouldn't tell us whether they would go into New Jersey. They wouldn't tell us who they were giving them to. And so we led a coalition of states that sued. And pretty quickly, I have to say, the federal government backed down on that threat. And they said they're not going to send them to New Jersey, that the main producer of these devices, which have been treated, by the way, by the ATF as machine gun conversion devices for decades, including under the first Trump administration. They were not going to sell them back into New Jersey, and they were going to warn everybody who gets them that you could be subject to prosecution if you bring them here. So we were able to keep thousands of machine guns off the streets, but it's still shocking to me that this supposed law and order administration was trying to play this role under the guise of promoting the Second Amendment, when no one, even the Supreme Court, doesn't seriously believe you have a Second Amendment right to possess a machine gun.
That's really interesting because it sounds like you didn't get a sort of nationwide settlement here. There were still some people who got these devices sent to them by ATF. They were essentially returned to them after being confiscated. Is that correct?
Correct. They were confiscated. And I should note, Mark, it took up to a couple of days of work per trigger device for the ATF to seize these. So there was a tremendous amount of law enforcement work that went into the original seizure of these devices. And the federal government just wiped its hands with it and said, we're giving it back to you. We don't care.
So even as you weren't necessarily able to block this nationwide, you were able to protect New Jersey from the bulk of it. You were able to sort of act defensively and ensure that these were not flooding into the state of New Jersey. I wonder, and this sort of goes to a few other cases that we'll talk about, how you conceptualize defending New Jersey in the midst of these policies that do have nationwide implications. Like, you know, some people who got those devices might take them into New Jersey. How do you deal with that? And how do you sort of balance the interests of protecting people within New Jersey versus your goal within this coalition of attorneys general to push back more broadly against what Trump is doing?
Yeah, look, I think I'm sure we'll touch on the nationwide injunction debate. Our office was obviously at the center of the CASA case. When it comes to gun violence, this is the issue that originally drew me into public service. I've been in one way, shape, or form involved in the gun violence prevention movement for a couple of decades now. You know, New Jersey, our consistent challenge is trying to keep guns that originate out of the state from harming people in our state. And we have good ways of doing that. But again, the combination of our gun safety laws, our investments in community violence prevention, the affirmative lawsuits we've brought against a number of gun manufacturers and retailers have contributed to the lowest levels of gun violence. And so I don't view this case as distinct from any of those other efforts. In fact, I frankly don't view any of our suits as distinct from my general obligation to protect the residents of New Jersey. I really ask two basic questions about any lawsuit that we are considering, whether it's against President Trump or a social media company or a gun manufacturer or somebody causing climate change or you name it. Are you breaking the law and are you hurting the people of New Jersey? If the answer to those two questions are yes, then it's a very easy decision for me to file a suit. I really don't view these cases as part of an effort to, say, frustrate President Trump's agenda or undermine his presidency. That's not my job. The American people have voted, and presumably, there'll be future elections where they'll get to decide to again. But my job is to uphold the law. I took the same oath that President Trump did and to protect the people of my state. And these cases very much are in line with that.
So building right on that, you mentioned Trump versus Casa. This is the birthright citizenship case. It's already gone up to the Supreme Court once. Your office has been at the center of this. Your office led one of the major lawsuits against Trump's attack on birthright citizenship and is still fighting this out in the lower courts after the Supreme Court rolled back the universal injunctions that had previously been issued. Obviously, this is another thing that Trump has done with a nationwide scope. The impact is not limited to New Jersey. I'm curious why you chose to take these proactive steps against the order really quickly. I mean, your office was like on top of this. The lawsuit was in my inbox before I had even digested the order. Why spring into action then rather than sort of wait and see what harms it might inflict? You said that one of your key questions here is what are the harms that New Jersey residents will suffer? Why not wait until those harms become clear? Why step into the fray immediately?
This one, it was, I think, again, very easy. And it was one that they had telegraphed they were going to do. And at 8 p.m. on the first night of his administration, I think this is genuinely a shocking thing still to this country. The president attempted for the first time since the Civil War to rewrite the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution in a way that said babies born on U.S. soil were not, in fact, entitled to the rights and privileges of United States citizenship. And the order had a very short lead time. It was a 30-day effective date. So we were kind of on the clock anyway. But you're right. We filed 11 a.m. the next morning. We were clearly ready to go. And I just have to give our Solicitor General, Jeremy Feigenbaum, and our Deputy Solicitor General, Shankar Jayaswamy, handled a lot of the lower courts and our whole team that worked literally through the night that week to get that filing on, along with states from across the country, D.C. and the city of San Francisco, so that we would be in a position to protect our state from harms. And what would have happened would have been devastating for our state. We administer a whole range of benefits, educational benefits, health care, a whole range of other social services that depend on your citizenship status. And the federal government, from the first day they issued this order through as I sit here today, has never made any attempt to say how states could possibly administer this type of new citizenship status they didn't even bother to define. People who were born here but were somehow not citizens of another country, but also not citizens of this nation. And I also think we need to think about the human impact. I mean, think about if you're on January 20th, 2025, and you're a pregnant woman, an expectant mother in South Jersey. You know, Pennsylvania's not in a suit, and you're thinking, well, I was going to deliver at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, or I shop in Pennsylvania. What if I go into labor? Is it really the case that we want to tell those mothers and those families that their children born on U.S. soil, citizenship depends either on the stroke of a pen of a president or on which state they happen to be in at the time they go into birth? We've never treated citizenship like that. So the stakes were really high. And if we didn't act quickly, and if the court didn't act quickly, the consequences would have been devastating.
I think that this leads into another really interesting aspect of your job that I've been watching from the outside sort of evolve throughout the last 7 months. So Trump has made it very clear that he doesn't think Democratic lawmakers really have a legitimate right to govern. As a DC resident, I am acutely aware of that fact right now as Trump purports to liberate our city from laws enacted by our own elected leaders. New Jersey has more protections as a full-fledged state, and you are well positioned to enforce those protections, but the administration has very little respect for state sovereignty. Again, we're seeing that in D.C. We saw it with the mobilization of the National Guard in Los Angeles this summer, and we see it in the federal government's efforts to roll back rights within your borders, including attacks on reproductive health care and LGBTQ equality, among other things. You know, these are federal policies that the president is announcing, but they are targeting individuals and institutions in New Jersey. How do you counter that as an attorney general beyond filing these lawsuits in federal court? What can you do under state law to try to protect your residents from what's emanating from the White House?
I think it's a core question right now, and I think your point is exactly right. This administration has fundamentally disregarded the rights and privileges states have to govern themselves within the authority delegated to states under our Constitution, under our federal structure. And, we certainly saw it in California, disregarding the governor's role in the activation of the National Guard, something that, we opposed, and more importantly, I feel for those National Guardsmen and women in the military, putting them in an impossible and potentially incredibly dangerous position that they are not designed to be in. But for us, it's very simple. Our state laws, our state constitution provides protections, and those protections are clear. And so, for instance, we have the oldest and strongest civil rights law in America. 20 years before we had a federal Civil Rights Act, the state of New Jersey had a law against discrimination. One of the first things we did after World War II was codify protections for protected classes in state law. My office enforces that statute and protects people's rights, and it protects a range of rights: race, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, religion. And we do that regularly. But obviously the need to protect people's rights and keep people safe and enforce state laws and protections, including, as you mentioned, reproductive health care or so many other issues, is probably never been more important, because we're seeing the federal government either engage in a frontal assault on these rights or just pull back from their own enforcement obligations and essentially leave the space open to states. So it now is the case if you live in a state that doesn't enforce these protections, where the federal government once did, unfortunately, your rights and privileges differ from states like New Jersey, where we are protecting people's rights.
So what does that look like with regard to abortion access? You mentioned civil rights. There's a clear role for your office in protecting those freedoms under state law. With reproductive rights, it's a little bit different, because you have the administration first pardoning those who blockaded abortion clinics, right? Basically declaring open season on legitimate reproductive health care centers, telling protesters and anti-abortion foes, go ahead, go block them. We won't prosecute you. We'll pardon you if you do get prosecuted. And then we also have the looming threat of the FDA, of HHS, of RFK Jr. trying to restrict access to mifepristone. We have the Justice Department potentially making noises about prosecuting doctors who prescribe mifepristone either within their state or across state lines. What is the role for the New Jersey Attorney General's office there? I know this is something that people in blue states are really worried about right now, because the fight for reproductive freedom is always going to be something that crosses state lines.
For sure. The reality we know post-Dobbs is it left it to the states. And New Jersey, like many states, codified the right to access reproductive health care and abortion, which is state law in New Jersey. The FACE Act, a federal law that protects access to abortion care centers and reproductive health care centers, allows state agencies to enforce that statute, something at one point in time we had a joint collaborative effort. We were the first state in the country to have this with our federal partners in the Department of Justice. Obviously, things are different now, but at the state level, we are continuously, in fact, I was on with them last week, talking to our healthcare centers, and I have to commend law enforcement in New Jersey, who has made sure it remains safe to access our centers. Obviously, those pardons, just like the January 6 pardons, were, I think, real gut punches to the rule of law in this country. Regardless of what you think of abortion care, you shouldn't be able to get assaulted by people for doing it. The government should not be giving that type of conduct immunity or allow you to act with impunity in doing that. But reproductive health care is a right in New Jersey. It's part of our legal framework. I have protected access to that right, including by giving guidance to doctors about what they can do under the law. We have held some of the largest tech companies accountable for their data practices to make sure people can access this safe and they're not going to be subject to potentially, threats of prosecution in other states. And we know that at the end of the day, people accessing abortion are going through one of the most traumatic experiences they will ever go through. Nobody wants to live through that. And what we are making sure is that if they choose to do so here in New Jersey, it is safe, it is legal, and they can access what is their right.
And now time for a short break.
This episode is brought to you by Choiceology, an original podcast from Charles Schwab. Choiceology is a show all about the psychology and economics behind our decisions. Each episode shares the latest research in behavioral science and dives into themes like, can we learn to make smarter decisions, and the power of do-overs. The show is hosted by Katie Milkman. She's an award-winning behavioral scientist, professor at the Wharton School, and author of the best-selling book, How to Change. In each episode, Katie talks to authors, historians, athletes, Nobel laureates, and everyday people about why we make irrational choices and how we can make better ones to avoid costly mistakes. Listen and subscribe at schwab.com/podcast or find it wherever you listen. This Supreme Court term isn't business as usual. It's a full-blown battle over democracy. Justices are shattering precedent, grabbing power, and even turning on their own. It's messy, it's high stakes, and it's already reshaping how the country works. Hosted by 3 constitutional law professors, Melissa Murray, Kate Shaw, and Leah Littman, Strict Scrutiny breaks it all down legally, clearly, and with just the right amount of side-eye. They're smart, they're funny, and they make everything a little easier to understand. They make you smarter, too. New episodes drop every Monday. Subscribe and listen wherever you get your podcasts and on YouTube.
And we're back now with more of my conversation with New Jersey Attorney General Matthew Platkin. So much like Trump does not respect state sovereignty, he doesn't really respect Article 1 or the role of Congress either. And unfortunately, we're in a moment where Congress keeps capitulating to him. The congressional majority is letting him sort of steamroll all of these responsibilities that the Constitution assigns to the legislative branch. Congress has just abandoned its role in protecting the separation of powers. And that has created this weird situation in which states have had to step in to protect Congress's constitutional prerogatives. So your office right now is suing to restore billions of dollars in funding appropriated by Congress that the administration claims it can cancel. This is the so-called convenience clause dispute. Can you explain that case and how you litigate it when you're in this strange position of defending Congress's rights as a state attorney general?
I think that is genuinely one of the most shocking things of the past 7 months. You know, the whole idea of our Constitution that ambition counteracts ambition. Well, it seems like Congress just gave up their ambition. And it's the Republicans in Congress, to be clear, that have just wholly delegated the authority, their principal authority, which is to appropriate funds, to the executive. And that should concern everybody, because the way funding decisions are made is Congress passes, an appropriations act, and the president signs it into law, and funding is distributed. And with limited exceptions, the president essentially has to spend the money that Congress appropriates. And yet from day one, literally almost the second week of the administration, when they tried to freeze $3 trillion of federal spending based on words that were vaguely written in a variety of executive orders, they have tried to essentially usurp that authority. And in fact, Congress has essentially said, go ahead. And it's been states, and let's be clear, it's been a coalition of Democratic attorneys general in states. It should be all 50 states. It hasn't been, that have stood up and said, no. The president can't wake up one morning and say funds for law enforcement or funds for education or funds for healthcare or funds to support our veterans or for a whole range of services that we rely on every day. You can't just decide and not give it to us because you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. So the case you mentioned, I think, is even more alarming because there's a 5-word phrase buried in the Office of Management and Budget regulations that had never been used in this way. And I don't even think anybody really knew it was there in this way until the Trump administration needed some legal justification to do what they were doing after they kept losing case after case after case. And courts kept saying, you have to spend the money Congress appropriates. They basically found these 5 words that say essentially the agency can change its priorities. They've used those 5 words to justify a whole range of funding freezes or cuts. Things like cutting bias crime investigative support, cutting license plate reader technology, cutting programs that I think they should support, like investigating fraud in our unemployment insurance funds, cutting food for low-income people who are food insecure. I mean, really crazy things to say these are no longer agency priorities. So in that case, unlike, say, some of the other funding freeze cases where we directly challenged and sought an injunction on the agency's particular freeze, we challenged and sought a declaratory judgment that the use of that phrase is actually contrary to the law. And the way that they're employing that regulation, again, buried in thousands of pages of OMB regs, they find these 5 words that are being used to have devastating effects on families in New Jersey and across the country. And I think what's most interesting about, I said it's only a Democratic coalition of states that have stood up. For New Jersey, it's tens of billions of dollars that we've been able to keep flowing to our state. I mean, I've had colleagues in states that have not joined our suit sort of admit to me that they hope we win. And this is where the nationwide injunction question, I think, is going to be very interesting as it plays out, because the funding, every state relies on these funds. It's not like we only fund education or healthcare in some states. We do it in all 50 states. And there's a reason why Congress has that authority and not the president, because we don't want to live under the rule and the whims of a king.
So to put a finer point on it, if nationwide injunctions were still available, you could sue with blue states and get a decision that restores funding to every state, all 50 states in D.C. But without nationwide injunctions, we're in this odd world where you and your coalition of blue states could get funding restored to programs that you want funded, but the decision won't cover red states, and they will still be denied billions of dollars in funding. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, I think if you take CASA at its literal meaning, where states need to get complete relief, I do think there's scenarios where funding cases will play out that way. The NIH case is a great example. I don't think anyone went to the polls in November to cap the administrative fees on NIH grants. I admit I did not know what the administrative fee cap was until I learned that this was something they were considering doing. But the upshot of that is it would have absolutely crippled the entire system of higher education in New Jersey and just about every state across the country. And unlike most states, our system of higher education is not the largest employer in New Jersey. It is a very large employer, and it's a huge driver of our economy. But you saw even Senator Katie Britt of Alabama came out and said, wait a second, University of Alabama, really important to our state. You can't just yank away the biggest source of federal funding for these institutions overnight. They literally issued that directive at 5 p.m. on a Friday with a 9 a.m. Monday morning effective date. I mean, talk about irresponsible. And that's why our lawsuits, why we've been able to move so quickly, have been so important.
Are you surprised when red state attorneys general don't join these suits? Because their residents stand to lose billions of dollars. As you've said, it seems like the harms that are inflicted by these policies clearly transcend state lines, and yet we've seen over and over again in these cases, it's almost exclusively Democratic attorneys general. So is it surprising at all to you that these Republican AGs are just sitting it out and risking some severe and avoidable harms to their residents and presumably their voters?
It is surprising to me, and it's disappointing. And look, I sued the Biden administration. I publicly disagreed with the Biden administration. My job, like I said, is to protect the people of my state. And if the shoe was on the other foot and this was a Democratic administration doing these types of things, and I had to go to the 9.5 million people of New Jersey and say, I'm sorry, the president is unlawfully taking away your health care, or telling your kids with special needs that they're not going to get the services they're entitled to, or telling your parents that are in a nursing home that they might be thrown out in the street in the middle of the winter, or telling your friends who are on low-income heating assistance when it's freezing out that might be cut off illegally. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's bad. It hurts you. It's illegal. But I'm of the same party as the president, so I'm not going to do anything. Like, I literally couldn't sleep at night. And so, I think we do really need folks to step up. And I'm proud of the folks that have joined us, the Democratic Attorney General across the country, that have been working literally around the clock in our offices. But these are not, in most instances, they really aren't controversial questions. And in fact, until very recently, there was broad bipartisan agreement that a president couldn't do these types of things unlawfully and in contradiction to laws passed by Congress and signed into law.
The Attorney General is a state's top law enforcement officer. And I think a lot of people might still have the image of you basically as a prosecutor with a fancier title. Why do you think that suing the Trump administration over federal policies is part of your law enforcement duties as a state official? This goes beyond political considerations for you. Clearly, you've acknowledged that there are things that Trump does that you don't like, that you're not suing over because it's his prerogative. So where does this slot into your role as the guy who is chosen to specifically be the top cop and enforce the laws of the state?
My job, I'll say this till I'm blue in the face, is to protect the residents from harm of my state. And I don't really care who I have to go against. If We take on people trafficking guns and drugs. We take on human trafficking. I've taken on some of the largest social media companies, Meta and TikTok and Discord, for harming our kids. I just settled the largest environmental suit ever by a single state against DuPont for well over $2 billion for PFAS contamination in South Jersey. So we take on anyone hurting our residents. And that, unfortunately, nowadays includes the President of the United States and his administration when they're unlawfully doing things that hurt people here. I sort of don't view this as ancillary or some other part of my job. I view it as core to my job. And the question, as I said to you, is not, would I vote for something if I was a member of Congress? Or if I was, in an administration, would I support a particular policy? No, that's not the question. It wasn't the question when President Biden was in office, and it's certainly not the question when President Trump is in office. It really is those two questions I said before. Are you hurting people in New Jersey, and are you breaking law? And do I have standing to do something about it? And when the answer to those questions are yes, I really don't think more, because it's an obligation I have. And if I wasn't filing these suits or I wasn't standing up, like I said before, then I actually think I wouldn't be doing my job. Not that I'm somehow being distracted in the way that we're currently operating.
Yeah, it really shows how different your job is from that of a legislator or a lot of other political positions, in that your number one priority is not really political considerations at all. And that might be easy to forget when your office is working on a bunch of lawsuits that obviously have a political valence. But I think what you're saying is the politics is secondary at best. You sued the Biden administration. You'll sue a future Democratic administration if it comes to it. This is about making sure that you're doing your job and upholding your oath to protect people. And that's not a Democratic or a Republican issue. It should be an issue for New Jersey, and ideally a kind of American principle, even if this president does not subscribe to it.
Mark, I think if you polled folks in power in New Jersey, you'd find that I've offended and upset people of both political parties for taking on tough fights that I think are in the best interest of the state. So I've certainly been equal opportunity in that regard. It's not something I wake up every morning trying to do. It's not like I get up every morning and say, hey, how can I sue the president today? Who can I piss off here? The job is to protect the people of New Jersey. And I feel genuinely, and I'm not trying to be like Pollyannish about this, but if I had any other consideration, I'm appointed and have a term to do the job that I have. If I was thinking about things other than what I think are in the best interests of the 9.5 million people, it's time for me to do something else. And people, I think, can fairly question whether I'm right about what is in the best interest of the people, or whether I'm right on the legal analysis. But I would really sort of challenge them to say that I haven't been consistent in my own analysis of saying, like, I do think the law is broken, and I do think it harms the residents, so I'm going to stand up.
And now for a short break.
And now an ad from SelectQuote. It's easy to look back and regret the chances you didn't take. Opportunities that seemed uncertain then and feel obvious now. Luckily, protecting your future can be a clear and deliberate choice with a life insurance policy from SelectQuote. For over 40 years, SelectQuote has helped more than 2 million Americans understand their options and get the coverage they need, because SelectQuote takes the guesswork out of finding the right life insurance policy. Head to SelectQuote.com and speak with a licensed insurance agent right away to find the right policy for your life and your budget. It's important to protect your family and your health, and life insurance can provide that peace of mind. Life insurance is never cheaper than it is today. Get the right life insurance for you for less and save more than 50% at SelectQuote.com/amicus. Save more than 50% on term life insurance at SelectQuote.com/amicus today to get started. That's SelectQuote.com/amicus.
Know your place.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Right now, it is possible to feel overwhelmed and exhausted, and if you're not, you might not be paying attention. With the internet and information overload about mental health and how to get better, it's really hard to know who to talk to and how to help yourself. Using trusted resources and talking to live therapists can get you personalized recommendations and help you break through all the noise. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally. And it works with an App Store rating of 4.9 out of 5 based on over 1.7 million client reviews. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/amicus. That's BetterHelp, mintmobile.com/amicus.
The Queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice.
You know what doesn't belong in epic summer plans? Getting burned by your old wireless bill. That's why you should switch to Mint Mobile.
I cannot do this yet.
Even Slate's president, Charlie Kammerer, is using Mint Mobile, and he says more people should be trying this out. They let him use his existing phone, and he didn't even have to change his phone number. Say bye-bye to your overpriced wireless plans, jaw-dropping monthly bills, and unexpected overages. This year, skip breaking a sweat and breaking the bank. Get this new customer offer and your 3-month unlimited wireless plan for just $15 a month at mintmobile.com/amicus. That's mintmobile.com/amicus. Upfront payment of $45 required, equivalent to $15 per month. Limited time new customer offer for first 3 months only. Speeds may slow above 35 gigabytes on unlimited plan. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn.
Back to our conversation with New Jersey Attorney General Matthew Platkin. So you're doing your job of fighting back, even when it means pissing people off. But a lot of people are not fighting back. A lot of people and institutions are capitulating to Trump. Over the last 7 months, we've seen a great deal of capitulation from ostensibly independent institutions, especially law firms. Blue state AGs like you have taken a starkly different stance than the law firms that have caved. I'm wondering what that contrast reveals to you.
I've been tremendously disappointed by colleagues and peers in our profession, including people who I've worked with and who have respect for as individuals. But to see, like you said it, essentially from large swaths of the profession, capitulation to what they know is not right. The idea that you could be punished professionally for doing your ethical obligation of zealously advocating for your client's interests is frankly bone-chilling. Because if people can't access the courts, if people can't have their rights vindicated, if people can't find protection through the legal system, then we don't live in a democracy. We just don't. There's a reason why one of the 3 branches of government is the courts. Because without the arbiters of our legal system being independent and people being able to access that system, then your democratic rights and privileges essentially can be withered away, if not taken away, very quickly. And so I can't speak for them. I have spoken to a lot of them. I have written letters. I've said very publicly, I'm disappointed. And I think history is going to judge them quite harshly. You know, whether they made a short-term business decision or whatever it may be, you know, I think a few months, few years from now, we're going to look back at this period and say, wow, there were members of our legal profession who were supposed to stand up for the rule of law who didn't. There were members of the press who didn't fulfill their obligations. There were institutions of higher education that are supposed to be beacons of debate and freedom of thought and independence that caved. And I get it's scary. Trust me, I get it. Like, I understand when you're up against a threat, it can be a scary thing. And sometimes these threats can seem existential, and maybe in fact they are. But this country is supposed to be built on core principles. And yes, we have a constitution, and the constitution lays out a whole bunch of them. But at the end of the day, they're norms that we all say we're going to follow. And when we stop following them, even we whittle away bit by bit, it is very hard to put that toothpaste back in the tube. And I think if you look 7 months in of where we are as a nation, you know, like I said, he was remarkably transparent, and Project 2025 laid a lot of this out. What it didn't lay out, and what I think I'm most disappointed, is by how few people have been willing to stand up and fight for what this nation is supposed to be built on.
Do you think the legal profession can recover from all of this caving? I mean, I certainly agree with you that it's shameful and a dark day for the profession. You just sort of suggested that you think that, you know, we'll move on from it. There will be a day when we look back and say, this was bad, we shouldn't have done this. How optimistic are you that that day will come, and like what kind of reforms do we need within this profession to make that happen?
You know, it's a great question. I think the legal profession is going to be fundamentally changed. I think the structure of law firms, for instance, I think are going to change. I think you're going to see litigators doing and operating differently who want to take on these fights. And I think you already are. And I have to say, it's not everybody. Remember, there are 4 firms that fought the orders. We've stood up and supported each of them with amicus. Jenner, Wilmer, Perkins Coie, and Sussman. And there are lawyers across the country that, at great personal expense, are still taking on tough fights. Remember what Charles Hamilton Houston said, a lawyer is either a social engineer or a parasite on society. Now, I don't know that it's quite that binary, but we are seeing lawyers fulfill those incredible responsibilities, including lawyers, by the way, who I'm routinely against in a lot of cases. It's not necessarily been a neat breakdown along ideological or quote-unquote partisan lines. So I do think the legal profession is going to have a reckoning. You know, we need boards of ethics and professional responsibility to take their responsibilities seriously. You know, we are a profession that's supposed to be self-policing and that, you know, cares about oaths being adhered to. But I can't speak to why any one person or any one firm made a decision. That's a decision they'll have to live with, and maybe it's easy for them to justify. I know it's not why I became a lawyer. And the lawyers that I admire to this day, I think it's not why they became lawyers. And I think those of us who are standing up, I hope would do this regardless of who's in office, standing up for core principles in our Constitution and core principles in our nation. I hope that they do get looked on over time as people who stayed true to what this profession is supposed to be.
So I just asked you a really big, difficult question, and you gave me a brilliant answer, which means I have to ask you another one. You ran through the list of capitulators a minute ago. You know, it's not just law firms, right? It's also these other institutions, it's universities. How do we stop this capitulation from continuing? Like, we're 7 months in to Trump's second term. In theory, he has another 3.5 years left. I'm worried it's going to get worse. What do we need to see happen in the short term to staunch the bleeding, stop the capitulation, and kind of turn this around?
Look, there's no question strength in numbers is a powerful force. I think it's important for people to make their voices heard. When I get asked, are we in a constitutional crisis? And the answer to me, I think, is yes. I think when you have a president, a vice president, an attorney general openly questioning the legitimacy of judicial decisions, when you have the Solicitor General of the United States standing in court before the 9 Supreme Court justices refusing to even concede that he would follow a circuit decision that was binding on the office. You know, I think if that's not a constitutional crisis, I'm not really sure what is by any academic definition. But the reality is, again, I go back to what I was just saying. These constitutional principles are just, at the end of the day, a series of norms that we as a nation said are so important we're going to put down on paper. And in order for them to mean something, the public is going to have to show that they care. And that will be beyond the 23 Democratic Attorney General. It'll be beyond, you know, certainly my office, so I hope we play our part. It'll be up to the hundreds of millions of people who live in this country to say what we stand for. And, you know, regardless of where you are on the political, pendulum, I think it has to be the case that we as a country, if we're going to continue as a democratic republic, stand for things like you can go to court and get your rights vindicated, that those courts can operate independently and you don't get impeached as a judge because you issue a decision that the administration doesn't want, that the press can operate freely and thoroughly and be critical of those in power. I say this as someone, by the way, who gets sued a lot by these lawyers whose rights I'm defending and gets criticized a lot by the press that I'm asserting the right to exist for, and that our institutions of higher education can train the next generation of leaders and not be afraid that they'll be punished because they're quote-unquote indoctrinating people in ways that the administration doesn't see as favorable. And I could go on and on down the list, but these are core things to who we are as a nation. It's why we are the most powerful nation in the world. It's why we are the world's most enduring democracy. And I think those principles are being tested, but ultimately it's going to be up to the people of this nation to show that they care enough about those rights and privileges and want them to survive.
I certainly agree that having an independent judiciary is key to our nation surviving as a democracy. I think that's something of a rallying cry here on Amicus. And on a recent show, we talked about good judges who are fighting for equal justice within a judiciary that doesn't always deliver it. You have had a lot of wins in the lower courts, but you've also had some setbacks at the Supreme Court. I'm curious how you shape your litigation strategy, knowing that you might start out with a receptive judge and then later face a Supreme Court that's far more skeptical.
Well, I start by making sure I'm surrounded by the best and brightest lawyers in the country, and I'm very fortunate in that regard. I have to give him another shout out. I thought Jeremy Feigenbaum was masterful in the CASA argument at SCOTUS. You know, the team, I get asked, like, aren't you wasting all this taxpayer dollars? I'm like, if you saw how hard these folks are working, it's like a handful of people in my office that are working around the clock, in some cases literally, and preserving billions and billions of dollars of state funding. So I think the ROI on their efforts is quite good. But, you know, of course, you have to think strategically. I think any good litigator thinks about how is a case going to proceed. I don't like filing cases that we're not going to win. I have enough to do. I don't need to sue for a press release. Again, I care about, is the law being broken, and do we have standing and the ability to do something about it where we can get redress through the courts? I think that is why courts exist. And as litigators, you need to be thinking about that. And you're sort of living under a rock if you're not thinking about, well, these cases, very likely some of them, if not most of them, will ultimately wind their way up through the appellate courts and maybe to the Supreme Court. So how is that going to factor into your litigation strategy? Do you seek a preliminary injunction? Do you not seek a preliminary injunction? You know, what type of relief are you requesting? Is it nationwide? Is it not nationwide? Again, all of these things that take into account what the Supreme Court has said. But I think our record of success has been pretty strong. It's actually historically anomalous that we've been this successful against an administration. Traditionally, states are successful about 20% of the time they sued the federal administration. We've been successful almost all of the time. And that's because this administration violates the law at a rate that is, you know, frankly unprecedented. But yes, we think strategically, and we try not to bring cases that are unlikely to succeed.
This sort of builds off that, and I think it's something that we've been talking a lot about at Amicus, at least since the election, probably before, which is how you remain optimistic and keep faith in the rule of law, not just in light of Trump and all of his abuses of office, but in light of a Supreme Court that often seems to be rejecting equal justice. When the decision came down in Casa versus Trump, I was pretty dispirited. I'm sure that your office was very dispirited. I mean, this was a Supreme Court that allowed how many nationwide injunctions to remain in effect against President Biden over 4 years, and then 6 months into Donald Trump's second term does away with nationwide injunctions, or at least universal injunctions. Quickly. It's been a little while since that decision. You've sat with it. You've gone back to the courts and tried to, you know, deal with it and continue the fight for birthright citizenship. How do you and your staff remain optimistic, even in the face of a setback like that, and when going up to a Supreme Court that, as you've said, as everybody knows, is not especially favorable to challenges against the Trump administration?
I might have a slightly different take on CASA more broadly. I think it's certainly the contradiction that you highlighted is notable, and it's sort of hard to ignore. But at the end of the day, the court for states said quite clearly that we can still seek and obtain nationwide relief. And we always said, for states at least, that nationwide injunctions should be limited, but that there are certain extraordinary circumstances that merit them, and birthright citizenship being, I think, probably the clearest example we could come up with, which is why, as you know, as we've been back down in the lower courts, we've gotten very principled decisions that have said the exact same thing as they said previously, which is that states are entitled to nationwide relief on this particular question. But the broader point you raise, I think, is a really important one, Mark. And look, you know, I think one big difference, I mentioned Dobbs and Bruen. I think back to those 2 days, because you think on the one hand, no deference to states and particularly law enforcement's decision about whether somebody has met the legal standard for carrying a firearm, the most dangerous thing somebody could carry, the leading cause of death for kids. And yet, on the other hand, complete deference to states about whether they want to restrict access to life-changing or life-sustaining and saving abortion care for people in need. So it would be very easy just to say, I don't understand how we keep fighting, given that clear, some might say, political difference in those decisions. But look, these things we're fighting for, the rule of law, which can seem abstract, the principles that this nation's founded on, they're really important. And we have fought for them for 2.5 centuries. And throughout periods in American history, it has seemed pretty bleak. You know, I'm not sure if you look back at the antebellum period or Reconstruction or, you know, the women's suffrage movement or Jim Crow, civil rights movement, that everything seemed so rosy and we come out on the other side as we did. And I think we're in one of those periods now where we're being tested. I just was talking to Pam Carlin, who's one of my longtime mentors and
friend of the show
and heroes. I know. She said something in a speech before I went to law school that has always stuck with me, that in life you don't really know when you're being tested. We are in a test right now. We're in a test as a nation, and I think we're in a test as a profession. And for those of us in positions of power, we're in a significant test. How we fare in this test, I couldn't tell. But I think that's true in every critical moment in American history. And the only way we get through it is by believing that we can have an impact and that we can keep doing things that slowly but surely get us through that. And so that's what keeps me motivated. I mean, I don't allow myself to sort of wallow in despair about a tough case. Like I said, we only bring cases we think we're right on, that we think are righteous, and that we're going to win. And when you do that, sometimes you lose. Anybody who's never lost a case has probably never fought a tough case. And so, I try to maintain that perspective. I try to make sure our folks, can continue to have the resources they need to do their job, and that we're standing up for things that we should be standing up for in the name of the people of New Jersey.
Attorney General Platkin, thanks for joining Amicus.
Thanks so much for having me.
And that's a wrap for this episode of Amicus. Thanks so much for listening, and thank you so much for your letters and questions. You can keep in touch at amicus@slate.com, or you can find us at facebook.com/amicuspodcast. In our special bonus episode, available exclusively to Slate Plus members, we welcome Madiba Denny to the Amicus Rumpus Room. We talk about Trump's takeover of D.C. and how the Supreme Court's unexplained orders may be coming back to bite them. To hear that, join Slate Plus. We hope to see you there. Sarah Birmingham is our senior producer. Our producer is Patrick Fort. We had additional help from Joel Meyer. Mia Lobel is the executive producer of Slate Podcasts. Hillary Fry is Slate's editor-in-chief. And Ben Richmond is our senior director of operations. We'll be back with another episode of Amicus next week. Until then, take good care.
Push the lumberers back beneath the sands. Sheo, your death will not be in vain.
I cannot do this
Time has come, Mayakara. To push the lumberers back beneath the sands.
You cannot destroy that which is eternal.
Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice. We will paint the earth with your blood. Stay, dog!
You are nothing!
Sinners, return!
Only the sun can bring about it.
You cannot destroy that which is eternal.
Time has come, Mayakara. Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of your skin will make a fight.
My mana is gone. Make up your mind.
Your skin will make a fine quiver, Slaver! Stay, dog!
Kneel!
Fall before us! The Queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice.
I cannot do this yet. You cannot destroy that which is eternal.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. But we will fight. Your death will not be in vain. Time has come, Mayakara. Winds take them.
Sinners! All of you! This is your day! My mana is gone. I give you to my ancestors. The Emperor's will is law. You can't hide from me.
Do not weep. Your sacrifice is not without value. We will paint the earth with your blood.
Time has come, Mayakara. The lumber is back beneath the sand.
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for your crime.
Rejoice! The Queen has before us.
The sky burns, and sinners will burn with it.
Know your place.
Sinners! All of you!
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen. Winds take you.
Your rebellion ends here.
Your skin is a fine quiver. Stay, Slaver! Children of darkness, we are your...
Sinner, repent! You have been judged and found wanting! Sinners!
Time has come, Mayakara. To the dust.
Kneel!
Only the sun can bring about the dawn.
Check them for trinkets.
Your rebellion ends here.
It's been too long since my arrows tasted.
I cannot do this yet.
Children of darkness, we are your illumination.
Sinners! Rejoice! My mana is gone.
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
You cannot destroy that which is eternal.
Your skin will make a fine quiver, Slaver! Children of darkness, we are...
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
You are nothing!
to pay for you.
We will take the earth with your blood.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. Only the sun can bring about the dawn.
Rejoice! Children of darkness!
I cannot carry this. My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet.
Since my arrows tasted slate. Batukuhammer! Children of Dagog! We are your illumination! For the Queen!
Your rebellion ends here!
Know your place!
Only the sun can bring about the dawn, but we will fight. I will avenge you.
Sinner! Impure death! Judge! And
Only the sun can bring about the dawn, but we will...
Children of darkness! We are your illumination! Your skin will make a fine slaver! Stay, dog!
traitor! The Emperor's will is law! Rejoice! This is...
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the lumberers back beneath I am sorry. Only the sun can bring about the dawn.
Too long since my arrows tasted. Rejoice! The Queen has been...
Ha! Hardly worth the effort.
Exalted orb. An exhilarating sensation of
You are nothing!
orb of fusing. Been judged and
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the lumberers back beneath I am sorry. The hyenas do not howl.
Children of darkness! We are...
Dreadfully dull.
Paint the earth with your blood! Hammer!
my mana is gone. I cannot do this yet. You cannot destroy that which is eternal. Repent! Rejoice! This is your day of judgment!
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen! Sheoth, your death will not be in vain. Time has come, Mayakara.
Kneel!
Children of darkness! It's been too long since my arrows tasted.
Traitor! You can't hide with me! Sky burns! Impure! And sinners will...
Rejoice! The queen has been...
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. But we will... I will avenge you.
Your skin will make a fine quiver, Slayer!
cannot carry this. cannot do this yet.
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the lumberers back beneath the sand. Still, I will avenge you. Only the sun can bring about the dawn, but we will fight to see it.
Dead end, Rebel Burncoat. Time to pay for your crime.
Do not weep. Your sacrifice? Not the earth with your blood.
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen! Zio! Your death will not... The hyenas do not howl. A good omen!
Sinners! Sinners!
Too long since my arrows tasted slate. We are your illumination.
The Emperor's will is law.
Know your place.
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen!
Rejoice!
Only the sun can bring about...
You cannot destroy that which isn't hers. You can't hide.
Too long since my arrows tasted slate. Fall before your illumination.
Time has come, Mayakara! I will avenge you!
My mana is gone. The sky burns!
We will
burn! All of you! I cannot do this yet. You cannot destroy that which isn't hers.
Kneel.
Worthy of sacrifice.
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen! Your death will not be... The hyenas do not howl. A good omen!
Traitor! The Emperor's with you!
Do not weep. Your sacrifice will make a fine
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen!
Impure! Rejoice!
Time has come, Mayakara! Winds take you! To push
Judgment!
Kneel.
Traitor! The Emperor's will is law.
children of darkness. We've been too long. Stay, dogs!
My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet.
Too long. My arrows tasted slaver blood. Stay, dog! Children of darkness! We are your illumination. Fall before us!
Your rebellion ends here. Try to.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn, but we will sorry, Shio. See it. The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
Die quickly!
Sinners! All of you!
Children of darkness! We are your law! My arrows tasted slaver.
To push the numbers back.
Your rebellion ends here.
Time has come, Mayakara. To push.
Sinners! All of you! And
Do not weep. Your sacrifice is not make a fine quiver, slaver!
Back to the dust. A good omen. I will.
your rebellion ends here.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn, but we.
Die quickly!
Impure and sinners will burn with it.
Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of it. We will paint the earth with your...
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. I will avenge you. The hyenas do not howl. A good omen. Winds take you.
My mana is gone. Repent and found wanting! I cannot do this yet.
Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of paint the earth with your blood. Dog!
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. But we will fight to see it. Time has come, Mayakara, to push the numbers.
Sinners! You have been touched! Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for your...
A swift end.
Children of darkness! We are your illumination. It's been back too long since my arrows tasted.
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the numbers back. I will.
The sky burns, and sinners will burn with sinners! All of you!
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for your crime.
sacrifice is not make a fine quiver. Slaver, stay, dog!
I cannot carry this.
What can I do for you?
Just a little tighter. Oops.
Oh, it's you. This one will make great dust. Oh, things are looking up. We're gonna have fun with that one. Hail. Onward and upward, as Danig might say. Things are looking up. This one will make great dust. Not bad, not bad. Tujin can attend
Let's
that
make
night,
some dust.
but Gwenin can't.
But the angular momentum.
Oh. Hello, hello, hello. My mana is gone.
Your skin will make a fine quiver.
Go to
Slay them.
Hinekora.
Stay, dog! Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice.
You cannot destroy that which is eternal.
The hyenas do not howl. That's a good omen.
I cannot do this yet.
I am sorry.
Sinner! Repent! You have been judged and found wanting!
Only the sun can bring about the dawn, but we will fight.
Check them for trinkets. Kneel.
Rejoice! If the queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice, your skin will make a fine quiver. Slay them.
You cannot destroy that which is eternal.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. I am sorry, Sheila. But we will fight.
Sinner! Repent! You have been judged and found wanting! Impure filth!
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the number.
Traitor! The Emperor's will is law!
It's been too long since my arrows tasted slay dog! Children of darkness, we are your illumination.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. I am sorry, but we...
The sky burns! Repent! And sinners will burn with it!
Time has come, Mayakara.
Kneel.
Traitor! The Emperor's will is law!
Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy. It's been too long since my arrows tasted.
Time
My
has
mana
come,
is
Mayakara.
gone.
To push the numbers back. Your death will not be.
Sinners! All of you! And
Time has come, Mayakara. To push.
I cannot do this yet.
We will paint the earth with your blood. Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice.
Your rebellion ends here! Repent! Rejoice!
Hyenas do not howl. A good omen. Your death. The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
You cannot destroy that which is eternal!
Children of darkness, we... It's been too long since my...
Kneel.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. I am sorry, but we will fight.
Sinners! Sinners! All of you!
Only the sun can bring about the dawn, but we will fight to see it.
Rejoice! The Queen has deemed... We will paint the earth with your blood!
My mana is gone.
Your skin will make a fine quiver, Slayer!
I cannot do this yet.
Batukuhammer! No! For the Queen!
You cannot destroy that which is eternal.
Know your place.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn, but we will fight to see it. Zio, your death will not be.
Sinners! Repent! Been touched and found what?
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
Impure! Filth!
Children of darkness, fall before us! Are your illumination?
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for your crime.
It's been too long since my arrows tasted flavor.
Only the sun me back. Bring about the dawn. But we will
Sinners! All of you!
Rejoice! The queen has seen
Hardly worth the effort.
Traitor! Right! The Emperor's will is law!
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
Repent!
Know your place.
It's been too long since my arrows tasted slate. Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for you.
The hyenas do not howl. Dust. A good omen. Sheol, your death will not be in vain. The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
My mana is gone.
your skin will make a fine body. Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of
I cannot do this. And sinners will burn!
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen. Sheol, your death.
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for your crime.
You are nothing.
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the lumberers back beneath the sand.
Do not weep. Your sacrifice been too long since my arrows tasted.
Rejoice! You cannot destroy that which is eternal.
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen. The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
Impure! Rejoice!
We will paint the earth with your blood. Children of darkness. The queen! We are...
Traitor! The Emperor's will is law! I cannot carry this. mana is gone.
Children of darkness, we are your
You are
innocent.
nothing.
We will paint the earth with your blood. Stay, dog!
I cannot do this yet.
Traitor! The Emperor's will is law.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn, but we will be the dust to see it.
The sky burns, impure and sinners will burn with it.
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the lumberers back beneath the sands.
Rejoice! The Queen has deemed you worthy. We will paint the earth with your blood.
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for your...
Time has come, Mayakara, dust to push the lumberers back your death will not be.
Impure! Rejoice!
Do not quit. Your sacrifice. It's been too long since my arrows tasted slavery.
Your rebellion ends here! Sinner! Impure! Have been touched and
Hyenas do not howl. A good omen. Your death will not be in vain. The hyenas do not howl. Winds take a good omen.
Kneel.
Stay, dog! Do not quit. Your sacrifice is not without value.
Traitor! The Emperor's will is law.
My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet.
To push the lumberers back will not be.
Sinners!
Do not howl. A good omen.
Rejoice! The Queen has deemed you worthy of... It's been too long since my arrows...
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay.
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the lumberers back beneath the sands. Sheo, your death will not...
Sinners! You'll have been touched and
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the lumberers winds take you.
We will paint the earth with your blood. Stay, dog!
you cannot destroy that which is...
A swift end.
Children of darkness, we are your
Impure! Rejoice!
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. I will avenge, but we will fight. The time has come, Mayakara. Winds take push the lumberers back beneath the sands.
cannot carry this. My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet.
With your blood.
I give you to my ancestors.
Batukuhama! Do not weep. Your sacrifice.
Destroy that which is eternal. Try to.
Locust!
Time has come, Mayakara, to push the Lumberers back to your death.
Repent! You have been judged and found wanting!
You are
Only
nothing!
The sun can bring about the dawn, but we will fight.
Sinners! All of you!
We will paint the earth with your blood. Rejoice! The Queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice.
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to face it.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. I'm sorry.
Enjoy!
Time has come, Mayakara.
Traitor! The Emperor's will is law.
Children of darkness, we are your illumination.
Dreadfully dull.
It's been too long since my arrows tasted slate.
The hyenas do not howl. A good omen. Sorry, Shield.
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for your crime.
Time has come, Mayakara.
Know your place!
Sinners! Enjoy!
We will paint the earth with children of darkness. We are your...
But we will fight. Shield.
Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for your crime. Traitors!
Only the sun can bring about the dawn.
My mana is gone.
Rejoice!
I cannot do this yet.
Make a fine quiver. Slay that dog. Rejoice! The Queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice. Fall before us!
Time has come, Mayakara. Shield. Push me. The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
Traitor! The Emperor's will is law. Traitors!
Know your place!
Rejoice! The Queen has
before
deemed
us.
you worthy of sacrifice. It's been too long since my arrows...
Impure! Rejoice! Dead end, rebel turncoat. Time to pay for your crime.
Only the sun can bring about the dawn. But we will fight. I will avenge you. The hyenas do not howl. A good omen.
I cannot do this yet.
Hail, Godslayer!
Reliving that time in my life, you can tell I'm doing it right now, but really it is just simple. Around that time in my life, I would hear this song in my ear randomly and I just couldn't get it out of my head. That was my first gold-plated album. I built this model train set
because the other 8
All right, Jackson, this is Bob from Bob's Burgers. Can you hear me now? Jackson, this is Bob, haha. So this is a cool little program I have where I can clone Enyon's voice smiley face. Sorry, anyone's voice. Stella. Very fun stuff. I want to hook it up to the bot that does text and stuff with voices that chat can choose from. Then I could just play the guitar and let Bob yell at people.
Bop, bop, bop. What's the first words to the song? It's I know it's not drying up in conversation. You'll be the one. Well, can I talk? 'Cause that's the second lyric now. It's just high and dry. Chumps a week. I think you think that's pretty special, don't you, boy? Flying on your motorcycle, watching all the ground beneath you drop. Kill yourself for recognition. Kill yourself to never ever stop. You broke another mirror. You're turning into something you are not. Don't leave me high. Don't leave me dry. Don't leave me high. Don't leave me dry. Well, it's the best thing that you'll ever have. I don't know, that's the we go back to this part though. Drying up in conversation, you'll be the one who cannot talk. Well, don't leave me dry. It's the best thing that you ever had. Best thing that you ever had. It's the best thing that you ever had. Best thing that you ever fucking had.
I liked it, but I know you messed up, Dick. Have a good one, friend.